You're live. All right, you're up and running.
Thank you. Good morning. This is State and Local Government Committee. It is 10 a.m., 10:09 a.m. actually, and we're going to have a number of public hearings today. The first order of business is to establish a quorum. And I see, well, why don't we have people introduce themselves, and then I'm sure through that process, we'll be able to establish our quorum. Representative Francis Head, I'll go around as it appears on my screen.
Right. I am Francis Head. I represent District 117.
Great. Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Mark Bryant from Wyndham. I represent House District 24, part of the town of Wyndham. Pleasure to be here.
Great. Representative Toole.
You're on mute.
You're still on mute, Representative.
There we go.
All right, there we go. I'm Representative Will Toole. I represent the Machias area, plus Lubec and Eastport.
Okay, great. Good morning. Representative Kathy Downs.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. I'm Kathy Downs. I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Orrington.
Great. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is State Representative Randall Greenwood, House District 82, which is Litchfield, Monmouth, and Wales in both Kennebec and Androscoggin County.
Okay. Senator Kim Rosen.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8. My district goes from Castine through the city of Brewer all the way up to Lincoln, and I live in Bucksport.
Good morning. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Lynn Copeland. I represent House District 14, which is downtown and coastal Saco.
Great. Representative Walter Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Representative Walter Reisman. I represent District 69, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark.
Great. Representative Sean Paulus.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. My name is Representative Sean Paulus. I represent District 52, which is all of the city back.
Great. And Representative Ann Matlack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
Great. Good morning. And Representative Matlack is our co-chair. And my name is Joe Baldacci. Co-chair with Representative Matlack. I represent District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman in Penobscot County. So this morning, so I think we've established that there is a quorum. So I want to welcome everybody to the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. The committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the actual meeting has concluded. Important note that the committee clerk will start and stop the YouTube stream for the meeting. It is important to have a clear signal when to start or stop the stream, such as banging a gavel or voice instruction from the chair. In a moment, I will have committee members. We've already introduced ourselves, but I will ask committee members to keep their mic muted until I call on you. Let's see. I think we've gone through the introductions. If your name on a Zoom square is not the name you use to register to testify, it may be a bit of a challenge for us to identify you. For example, if you registered as John Smith or Mary Jones and your Zoom screen says something else, it may take extra effort to get you to our virtual podium. Please be patient. You should also know that it may momentarily appear as though you've been dropped from the meeting when we call you up to speak. It takes a second or two, but rest assured you will reappear and you will then be able to provide your testimony. The format is new to all of us, and we expect that there will be unforeseen glitches and mistakes. Please be patient. We are doing our best, and we will all learn as we go along and hopefully improve along the way. A reminder to members of the committee about the use of the Zoom chat function. This function is not to be used for substantive discussions by anyone. You should know that the chat window can be viewed by any person taking part in this meeting as a participant. Participants include members of the committee, staff, and any member of the public during the time they have been promoted to participant for the purpose of providing testimony to the committee. All questions of persons testifying will be made through the chair. For each bill being heard today, I or my co-chair will call on sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. When called upon, you will be promoted from attendee to participant. After presentation by sponsors and co-sponsors, we will call on members of the public based on how they're registered to testify. For the bill, against the bill, or neither for nor against the bill, but wishing to provide information. When you are called upon, I will ask you to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, I or my co-chair will return you to attendee status and call upon the next person registered to testify. When you are called upon, please make sure that your microphone is not on mute. It would be greatly appreciated if and when you are done offering testimony to this committee on the bills scheduled for today that you exit the Zoom meeting. You may continue to watch the hearing on the committee's YouTube channel. If you need to exit the meeting before being called upon to testify, please be aware that you may submit written testimony at any time by accessing the legislature's testimony submission page on www.legislature.maine.gov. This meeting is being broadcast and recorded on YouTube and can also be heard over the legislature's audio broadcast system. Any testimony you submit is public and may be posted on the legislature's website. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and we will let you know when it's time to start. Again, please keep your microphone muted until you are called upon to speak. Now I will open the hearing. I will ask Lynn Caswell, our analyst, what is the first LD number that we are going to discuss at this hearing?
The first LD, thank you, Mr. Chair, is LD 91, an act to update the Maine Uniform Accounting and Auditing Practices Act for community agencies. Representative Matlack is the sponsor, and this is a bill submitted by DHHS.
Okay. And so I would call upon the sponsor, Representative Matlack. Do you wish to speak first?
Yes, please. Representative Reisman, did you have a question?
Yeah, just on the Zooming. Is the Zoom link going to be a standard set every time we have a meeting? Or are the Zoom links going to change? Is that confusing? You know,
I believe it changes. Isn't that correct? It's a different link every time a meeting is scheduled, so.
Yeah, it's not the same number, so it's a different link, and you should get it an hour before the meeting starts.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Representative Matlack.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Baldacci and fellow members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Ann Matlack, and I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands. I'm here this morning to introduce LD 91, an act to update the Maine Uniform Accounting and Auditing Practices Act for community agencies. This bill comes to our committee from the Department of Health and Human Services. I believe someone from the department is with us this morning and can explain this bill if needed. and answer any questions we may have. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Madden? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Sure, can you turn up your volume a little bit? You're coming kind of faint.
Let me see if I can do a little better here. Can you hear me okay now?
Better, much better.
Great.
Could you introduce yourself and let us know your title?
Yes, my name is Tony Madden. I am Deputy Director for DHHS Division of Audit.
Better.
And why don't you tell us, why don't you speak in terms of this bill and why we should consider it?
Thank you. Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. I am Tony Madden, Deputy Director of the Division of Audit for the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here today to introduce and speak in support of LD 91, an act to update the Maine Uniform Accounting and Audited Practices for community agencies. LD 91 updates language in Maine Uniform Accounting and Auditing Practices Act to implement current federal standards under the uniform guidance. The bill also eliminates an advisory committee to the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services and an annual report to the legislature, originally intended to provide updates on implementation. In 1984, the federal government implemented the Single Audit Act. The act created a single audit requirement for state and local government units that received over $100,000 in federal funds. The act also required state and local government units to provide oversight of any federal funds passed on to nonprofit community agencies, also known as subrecipients for the department. The department recognized the need to develop statutory and regulatory guidance to implement these requirements. An advisory committee made up of members of nonprofit community agencies, certified public accountants, and members of the department audit unit was formed to develop and implement the governing legislation and department rules. The first version of the MAP law was passed and implemented in 1985. The MAP rule has been in place for over 35 years with only minor changes, mostly to comply with the changes in the Federal Single Audit Act. The original need for the advisory committee to establish and implement Maine single audit regulations has long since expired. Additionally, the need for the annual report to the legislature on the department's experience with the MAP rules has passed. This program is working as intended, with more accountability and standardization of audits on both federal and state funds passed on to nonprofit community agencies. This is why we propose to repeal both from statute. In 2014, the federal single audit was codified in 2 CFR Part 200, now known as the Uniform Guidance. The current Maine Uniform Accounting and Auditing Practices Act contains outdated references to the A133 Single Audit Act. Additionally, the dollar thresholds established requiring audits have changed over the years. This bill updates the outdated references and corrects the dollar thresholds to current levels. Thank you for your time and attention. I am happy to answer any questions you have and to make myself available for the work session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madden. Representative Matlack, did you want to say anything further at this time?
No, this was, I was asked by HHS to present this bill. Obviously, they are in a much better place than I to comment on accounting and auditing requirements. And if Mr. Madden is unavailable, then there will be others from HHS who can clearly answer our questions.
Great. So are there any questions by members of the committee for Mr. Madden? Mr. Madden, okay, well, Representative Reisman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for testifying, Mr. Madden. I have a question, first of all, on the advisory committee, which was established. Were some of these changes, specifically the amount of dollars involved, vetted through the advisory committee at all?
Representative Reisman, No, they were not run through the advisory committee. There hasn't been an advisory committee in practice for a number of years.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Go right ahead. You have the
Okay.
floor.
Well, first of all, I just want to make sure I understand. It looks like there's about 3 different areas being involved in this legislation. One has to do with eliminating the advisory committee, and another one has to do with changing the name from what was priorly called the federal single audit. And this all comes under the state jurisdiction. And the third thing is that the dollar amounts that are in the proposed legislation have come from your division. So let's take one at a time. I don't have a problem with the first two because that makes sense. You're just doing a little cleanup. The last one I have a little bit of an issue with, and that is the dollar thresholds involved for nonprofit agencies. So can you tell me how the 500 dropping down to 100 was developed?
So these dollar thresholds are currently in the MAP rule itself, and those thresholds went through legislation the last time it was updated, I believe in 2012. So we're bringing the law up to those dollar thresholds.
The dollar thresholds are a state requirement. Is that correct? It's under the MAP rules, which is a state statute. Is that correct?
That is correct. So there are a number of thresholds, and I'll try to explain to help a little bit. So within the Federal Single Audit Act, now known as the Uniform Guidance, there is an audit threshold currently of $750,000, and that's specifically of federal funds. Within MAP, the main uniform accounting and auditing practices, there are different thresholds, of which being funds expended over $500,000 requires an audit of an independent public audit. Now, the difference between that and the federal single audit is those funds are not just federal funds, but also state funds. So the MAP rule deals with state and federal funds that are passed through to community agencies. Additionally, funding between $100,000 and $500,000 requires a review from an independent public accountant on their financial statements and their schedule of expenditures of department awards. Is that helpful?
Yes. Phil, another follow-up, please, Mr. Chair. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
I'm looking at Section 4 in your proposed legislation, and it talks about community agency. The community agency expends between $100,000 and $500,000. The agency shall have an entity-wide review of its financial statements and agreement supplements schedules conducted by a qualified independent public accountant. So I have a little bit of an issue on the lower end of that. If you have a nonprofit that receives $101,000 and basically that's all it gets, you're going to require that agency to undergo a review by a qualified independent public accountant. That seems like it might be a little costly for a small agency to undertake. I just wonder what your comment is.
Yes, that is what we are requiring, and that has been in the MAP rule itself since 2012. The last time it went through a update.
Okay, I understand that, but have you done any research what it would cost a small agency to fulfill that requirement?
Not recently, no, and typically what happens when a nonprofit agency receives federal funds, those funds are passed through to the state as they charge those audit and review funds to the department agreements.
Okay. Well,
Representative Reisman, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I have one more in terms of that. How maybe we need to get our analysts to try to find out what the financial burden for small agencies of complying. The last question I have is who develops, as it says in section 3A, who develops the individual social service agreements with the department? Is that strictly department led, or are you involved in that?
So I'm with the Division of Audit, and one of our units has a small role in developing agreements between community agencies and the department. The department's Division of Contract Management is the agency responsible for establishing agreements for services with community agencies. The small role that a unit within the Division of Audit plays is that we review budgets prior to the execution of contracts. That's a small role that the Division of Audit has.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Representative Reisman. Any other questions by any members of the committee? So, Mr. Madden, I just wanted to ask, so what we're doing here is essentially being in accordance with nationally established standards in terms of audits and how they're conducted. I mean, this is kind of a house cleaning measure, more or less, to make sure we're in compliance with updated standards and rules, so that when we are audited, we're going to be looked at as somebody who's in compliant with the rules. Is that essentially what we're doing here?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, so are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, do we have any public comment, Cheryl?
We do not. Anthony Madden is here. I have a Ken Capron, but he,
Do we have any other public comment on this LD?
yes, he wanted to comment on this LD, but he has not signed in yet. So I would say no.
Well, we can always entertain his testimony in written form. So I'm gonna close the public hearing. Representative Toole, you had a question?
Yes, before we close, I was just wondering if we could have HHS back for the work session in case folks had more technical questions at that time.
Is that work okay? I think Mr. Madden already offered to be at the work session, but is that okay, Mr. Madden?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Okay, great. So hearing that there's no other public comment, and Representative Reisman? Representative Reisman, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you see me okay? Yes.
Yeah.
Can we have a representative from the Department of Human Services be there to explain how they develop the service agreements? Because that really isn't in the realm of Mr. Madden's area of expertise.
Okay. Mr. Madden, is that something?
Those agreements are. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask Mr. Madden, can you provide a person who can address the service agreement part of this?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that would be great. Okay, so Lynn, you have your hand up. What can I do for you?
Just want to clarify with Mr. Madden, is the Division of Purchases also involved in with the service agreements? So my question is it more appropriate, and this is from Mr. Madden and the committee, for DHHS, do you think, to come and talk about the service agreements, or the Division of Purchases, which I know has a role as well?
Well, maybe, Mr. Madden, can you get back to us with who might be the appropriate person?
Yes, I can do that.
Yeah, maybe we can have him look at that. But you understood Mr. Representative Reisman's question, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so obviously we need a person who can help illuminate that issue a little bit more for all of us. Thank you. Any other any other comments? And Cheryl, am I correct that there's still no public comments?
No, I just sent him the link again, so he's going to try to, he's been watching on YouTube, and he's going to try to get on. I'm not, he wanted to talk on this LD, so.
Okay, I mean, we could, if he comes on later, we can always entertain. But at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the next item, Lynn, that we're going to open a public hearing on is which LD number?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next bill is LD 158, which is an act to eliminate inactive boards and commissions, and it is sponsored by Representative Toole.
Great. Representative Toole.
Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
just switching screens so I can pull up my testimony. Let me see. Where is it here? Do you want to take another bill first until I find this thing?
We're happy to give you, how much time do you need?
There it is. There we go. I just found it just like that. And if Cheryl could mute, that would be helpful.
Yes, I will do that now.
All right. There we go. Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, distinguished colleagues on the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Will Toole. I represent Cutler, East Machias, Eastport, Lubec, Machias, Port, Roque Bluff, Whiting, and Trescott Township in the 130th Maine Legislature. I'm here today to present LD 158, an act to eliminate inactive boards and commissions. LD 158 is a housekeeping bill. Generally, this committee takes up legislation in the second session to eliminate boards and commissions which no longer meet or no longer active at the recommendation of the chief executive and or the Secretary of State. Last year, the 129th Maine Legislature adjourned before legislation could be finalized. At the time of adjournment, our committee had decided to reach out to the list of inactive boards and commissions compiled by the Secretary of State, which is charged with keeping track of them and ensuring they meet reporting requirements set out in law, and see whether these boards and commissions wish to weigh in on the proposed legislation. Then the pandemic hit. The bill was put aside, just as appointing a new state archivist was, and died with the close of the 129. The bill before us is a resubmission of last year's bill. The list of boards and commissions comes from the Secretary of State and was drafted by our able analyst once I expressed a desire to pick things up where they left off. Specifically, this bill proposes eliminating the following boards and commissions: the Advisory Committee on Truancy, Dropouts, and Alternative Education, the Advisory Committee on Fair Competition with Private Enterprise, the Maine Biomedical Research Board, the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency Advisory Board, the Maine New Hampshire Interstate Bridge Authority, Pollution Prevention and Small Business Assistance Advisory Panel, Prison Industries Advisory Council, the Regulatory Fairness Board, the State Education and Employment Outcomes Task Force, and the Tobacco Prevention and Control Advisory Council. I should state right here that my request to eliminate these boards is not a reflection on the members, the work that they have done in the past, or in any way intended to dismiss the seriousness of the issues they were formed to address. It is with that in mind that I request the committee amend the bill. I have heard from members of the Tobacco Prevention Group that they are indeed active and engaged with tobacco prevention efforts across the state. So I would suggest that the bill be amended to drop them from it. Also, since I wrote this testimony, heard from the university system and others regarding the bill, I'm blanking on the name of it, the Education and Employment Outcomes Task Force, and would be open to having that removed from the bill as well, as it was not intended to do away with boards and commissions that are genuinely meeting or ramping back up again. It is, as I say, it's not my intention that that these boards or any other board be deleted that's truly active. I am thankful that they and others came forward upon learning of this bill and will certainly support their case for removal from it going forward, along with any other board that is actively doing the work they were charged with doing. In closing, I want to thank our analysts and the Secretary of State for helping with this piece of legislation. I am happy to answer any questions members may have, and know that whatever I can't answer, the Secretary of State can, either for today or during the work session. And I would also state that my printed testimony will be forthcoming later today, be sent out to the committee and posted online once it's been finalized, fully formatted and such. So if folks have questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
So Representative Copeland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Toole, I'm just wondering, it sounds like there's been some of the committees who've expressed that they're now active. Have we checked with the Secretary of State I realize this was a 129th request, so I'm just wondering if this has been updated through the Secretary of State. Have they heard since the 129th if there have been any reports or any committee meetings?
And that's a great question. I'm not sure if the secretary is here today or somebody from her office is. Where we left it off in the 129th was our analyst was reaching out to various boards and commissions at the time to see who was active, what we could track down, et cetera, and then schedule a public hearing and see what comes from that. And so the short answer is we have not heard anything from the Secretary of State at this time, although they may be with us today to share additional information.
Hi there. I'm Kathy Bodwin. I'm the Director of Corporations and UCC and Commissions from the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
Yes. And I had sent some information a couple weeks ago as an update to Lynn Caswell on the information we had provided last year. And the two that did indeed report this year were the Tobacco Prevention and Control Advisory Council. They did indeed report to us, and they said that they were active and that they did indeed meet. And then the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency Advisory Board, they also filed, and they indicated that they were active, but they still hadn't met. Their last meeting was back in 2014. In regards to state education and employment outcomes task force, they did report, but they didn't report that they were active in meeting.
Okay.
Those were the only updates.
Okay. Representative Copeland, did you have other questions?
Well, just to follow up on that, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bodine, for being with us today. Have we heard back from everyone? Because, you know, what if the contact information or whatever hasn't been updated? I just don't want people out there working and putting effort into supporting, you know, our society, and just because we're not communicating with them. I kind of see it as like a, like in the court system, you have to be served and you have to affirmatively know whether they've received it or not. So I would hesitate to wipe out an entire board or commission, not knowing that we have affirmatively reached a human being and they know that this is at stake.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, you had your hand up. Lynn Caswell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This in the old days would be a note that I would send to you. I just want to remind the committee that during the public hearing, people are usually testify questions to the person testifying is appropriate, questions to people who aren't testifying is generally a work session activity.
Thank you for the differentiation. I was gonna suggest that I think Representative Copeland's suggestion is something we could address. The committee could potentially reach out to some of those committees before we have a work session. Hold on, Representative Reisman, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe there was written testimony submitted by Samantha Warren, UMS Director of Government and Community Relations, in regards to the task force asking that it not be discontinued. That was some testimony that we did receive.
Right, and I think that we also received some testimony from Representative Seth Berry as well on another matter. So we'll have to review those submissions before we have a work session as well.
And
I'm sorry, Representative Toole?
yes, and I've agreed that both of those amendments would be totally in order, that we remove those from the bill. If there are folks out there listening or watching that are planning to testify in regards to those two specific boards, I'm totally fine with them being removed from the bill. And I think we all want to see the boards. We only want to see inactive boards that are truly inactive being removed. I don't think it's anybody's intention here to quietly just start indiscriminately removing boards that really are performing or have started to perform or gotten reconstituted again. So I'm totally fine with that as an amendment, and would ask that when we have the work session, if Lynn could provide updated language with those two out of it, then that would be fantastic.
Yep. Any other questions or comments by members of the committee? Okay. Seeing none, I would close this public
Whoa,
hearing.
whoa.
Whoa. Sorry.
We have two other people that
I'm sorry.
wanted to testify.
I didn't realize that. Thank you, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
Who are the two people before we close it? Who are
Yeah,
they?
we have Kenneth Capron and Kathy Boudon.
And they're both on this item involving Representative Toole's bill?
Representing 158. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Kenneth Capron, good morning.
Good morning.
You're here on Representative Toole's bill, is that correct? About inactive boards and commissions?
That one and on the prior one.
Okay, well, we can hear you. Well, why don't we focus on this one right this second and tell us your thoughts?
Well, no, I just think the bill is well intended, and you may want to consider adding a feature where you review inactive boards on an annual basis or a biannual basis. We don't need stuff like that cluttering up our statutes or our work plan, but that's my only comment. I think it's a good idea to get stuff out of the queue that doesn't belong there anymore. That's it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding this bill? Any other public? You said there was another person that wished to provide public comment, Cheryl?
Does Kathy want to talk some more?
Kathy, do you wish to say anything else?
I'm okay. I'm just here. I wanted to make myself available in case you guys had questions about what we had presented to you last year. I can make myself available also for the work session.
That's great. Is there a simple way to send an email to some of these inactive boards? I mean, do they even have contact information?
We do have board clerks on the record, but they're outdated at times. But I believe that Lynn had done a little bit of research on that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lynn. But I thought you had reached out to them previously. And so I'm hoping we have our current information and it's correct. But it changes frequently, so.
If we eliminate somebody's board, we should see how long it will take them to come and complain about it. Yeah. So Representative Toole, I really appreciate you presenting this. It's a good idea. and we should clear the decks every so often. I agree. And we can take up your amendments at the work session. Is that
Well,
correct?
thank you very much. And I'm willing to, if any others come forward between now and the work session, I'm certainly willing to be totally flexible.
Great. Okay, do we have any other, hearing no other public comments, correct, Cheryl, on this item?
Correct. Nobody, nothing on this one. When you close it, you might want to check with Mr. Capron about the past.
Right. Yes,
LD 91. Yep.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm closing this public hearing. I'm going to, for the sake of convenience, briefly reopen the first public hearing and recognize public comment for Mr. Capron. Could you identify where you're from, sir, and whether you represent an organization?
Hi, Ken Capron from Portland. I'm here on my own volition. I'm a retired CPA who used to work a lot with municipal and governmental audits. And I basically I think there was a concern about the size of the dollar amount and whether an agency would have to spend a lot of money to get those audits. I think the choice, if I remember my auditing days correctly, the choice is get the money or get the audit. I mean, get the money but you got to take the audit with it, because any agency that receives money from the federal government is going to fall into this category. The difference is in section 4A1, the word review is used, not audit. And a review is usually pretty cheap, usually around $1,000, which is not a bad price for a small review. It's not a full audit, which would cost the 5 to 10 or 15,000. So I just want to, there is a great deal of value to having community organizations subject to some oversight. And that's where that comes from. It's generally, it's a requirement to get federal money that you'd be subject to audit. The state can control the amount, but I think you still got to have an audit or review, I should say.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Points well taken. Thank you, sir, for participating. I'm going to close the public hearing on the first item now because I understand that we've taken all the public comment there is. Is that correct, Cheryl?
That is correct. That's correct.
I don't make a move without Cheryl's okay.
That's correct.
I'm starting to learn, I guess. I'm starting to learn this process, okay? Okay, next item. Lynn Caswell, OPLA analyst, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next bill to be considered is LD 243, an act to amend the composition of the Piscataquis County Budget Committee. Senator Paul Davis is the sponsor, and he is here in the waiting room. And there are two individuals in the waiting room to testify against the bill, Carolyn Boothrod and Eric Boothrod. So Senator Davis is the.
So we'll call on Senator Davis first. Senator Davis, good morning. Hello. Cheryl, do you want to text or let Senator Davis know he's on?
Am I on?
Oh, there you are.
Yes, I thought I was.
Okay, well, we didn't hear you because you're on mute. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlock, distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee. I'm Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County, parts of Somerset and Penobscot. I also would like to say to you folks, I'm a former member of this committee, and actually I'm a former chair of this committee. And if we were meeting around the horseshoe, I'd have some treats for you, as this is my first time back. But we are not meeting around the horseshoe, so perhaps in the future, I'll be able to do that for you. This bill I submitted at the request of the Piscataquis County Commissioners, and currently the Budget Committee, the Piscataquis County Budget Committee, has 9 members. and I've been on that committee years ago. One member currently can be appointed from the unorganized territories. What this bill would do would allow each commissioner to appoint one person from the unorganized territories. And the reason for this is a few years ago, the town of Atkinson deorganized, and it almost doubled the population of the unorganized territories. Now, with that said, I am cautious about doing this because I don't want the unorganized territories making up the whole business of the county budget. But I do think that the unorganized territories do merit a little more representation on the budget committee. So if you didn't want to give each commissioner, if you increased it from 1 to 2, I would be fine with that as an amendment, if that's what you'd like to do. And that's basically it. I'd try to answer any questions I can.
Okay, well, thank you, Senator Davis. Representative Tool has his hand up. Do you have a question for Senator Davis, Representative Tool?
Yes, I do. And it was kind of along those lines. When I was reading the bill, I sent a message to Representative Stearns, who thinking he had put it in, and asked him pretty much that same question. Would you be open to having the Board of Commissioners be able to appoint one additional member on the budget committee? And because the way it reads is each commissioner would get to appoint one person, whereas it really, do you think it should be the Board of Commissioners as a whole appointing X number of members?
Well, you could do it that way. As I said before, I just feel that the unorganized territories, we now have Atkinson in it, there's Onville, there's Little Moose Township, Hartford's Point, Blanchard, Onville, let me see. There's a bunch of them in it now. And I do think that they just should have a little more representation on the budget committee. Now, that said, the bigger towns, and we don't have any cities up our way, but the bigger towns pay the bulk of the county budget. So I don't think it should be any more than that. But I think that having one more or perhaps two more would be fair to them.
Right, and I asked that because the way it reads is one commissioner could basically dictate who their pick is, whereas do you think it should be the full board voting on a pick, regardless of who it is?
Well, I didn't think it read that way. I thought it said each commissioner may appoint a representative from the unorganized territories if they want to. They don't have to, but you could change it to have two people selected from the unorganized territories and have the whole board vote on it. You could do that, yes.
Okay, so you'd be open to that?
Sure, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. I just think they need a little more representation.
Okay.
I agreed with the commissioners on that. Beyond that, I think it's fine. It's merely it's an advisory group. It doesn't really have any authority. It simply advises the commissioner on the budget. I was on that back in the early 90s, and that's what it did then. It simply advised, and I believe that's all it does. It just advises them.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Davis. Thank you, Representative Toole. Representative Ann Matlack, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, sir. Having been on actually an elected county budget committee, I wanted to get a bit of clarification of the way the county budget committee, the Piscataquis County Budget Committee, is currently aligned. They're all appointed. Who appoints them? And what this change actually means in the way that the budget committee is currently configured.
Currently, the county commissioners appoint them. They each appoint 3, and there's 9 members, but only one of them currently can be from the unorganized territories. This would increase it to 3 if the bill passed as it is, but as Representative Toole indicated, I would be perfectly happy to just give them a little more representation and have 2. And right now, I believe, I'm not sure which one appointed the current member. I don't know, but they all, let me think just for a second, they all have unorganized territories in their districts, I believe. Now, I've never been on the county commissioner, so I'm not positive of that, but I think they all have unorganized territories. So if you increased it to 2, then 2 of them would be able to appoint one person from each district. They'd be able to appoint 2 people there from the unorganized territories.
Just a quick follow-up, sir.
Sure.
Senator Baldacci. Are they confirmed by the entire Board of Commissioners, or if a commissioner appoints them, that's it?
I believe they're confirmed. I believe they are. Now, I can't tell you that for sure. I was appointed by a commissioner and I came to a meeting. That's what I did. So I don't know for sure. I'm sorry, I can't answer you for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Matlack. Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Senator. And to follow up on Representative Matlack's, Senator Davis, is it possible, and I think it's necessary for us, can you have somebody from there send us before the work session the makeup of the board, how it's, legally how it's made up and what its mission is, so we can have all the tools that we need to make sure we're doing the right thing when we do make a decision? Can you send somebody from the county commission, send us that information, how it was made up, what the rules are, what in bylaws or whatever, the mission statement, so we have all that information in front of us, Senator, so we can make the right decision with the tools in front of us?
Sure, they have a county manager. I'll call him and
thank you so much.
Sure,
that would be helpful.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Representative Bryant. Representative Toole, your hand is up again. Do you have another question?
I didn't realize it was still up, but I would just add to that for the work session, if we could have Lynn reach out to the county manager or Senator Davis or whoever to have them present for the work session to help us through this, I think that would be helpful too.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. I'll call the county manager when I get a chance. And who should I ask him to call? The analyst?
Probably, yeah, Lynn would be the point.
I'll ask him to call Lynn. Yep.
Thank you, Senator Davis.
Thank you.
Are there any people that wish to testify in favor of this bill? Cheryl, any people wanting to testify in favor of this bill?
I believe not.
Okay. And any people wanting to testify against this bill?
I believe so.
Okay. And is that Carol and Eric Boothrod?
Yes.
Okay. And Carol, do you want to go first, or you have to take yourself off mute and then just introduce yourself and where you're from and
Thank you.
all that good stuff? Thank you.
So my name is Carol Boothroyd, and I live in Dover, Foxcroft, which is in Piscataquis County. I am a retired teacher. And Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the State and Local Government Committee, I want to thank you for your attention to my testimony today. Although I agree with the concept of changing the composition of the Piscataquis County Budget Advisory Committee to reflect greater representation from the residents of the unorganized territories, I oppose LD 243 because I think that the way it is written, it is not clearly accomplishing that goal. In addition, in researching how other Maine counties fill their positions on their budget committees, I was really struck by the fact that Piscataquis County is the only county that gives the county commissioners the sole authority to appoint members of the budget committee. So using other committees, other counties as a model, I am submitting to you an amended version of LD 243 for you to consider. You should have received a copy of the amended version that I wrote, and so I'll just highlight the main points today. This amendment adds one member to the Budget Advisory Committee, and that is a member of the
Piscataquis legislative delegation. And I think this is a good idea because it creates a stronger tie between state government and county government. This amendment specifies that the members of the Budget Advisory Committee will be elected at district caucuses and will include for each commissioner's district one municipal officer, which is defined in Section 30A of the law, one municipal resident, and one resident of a UT. This would ensure that the UT residents are represented by 1/3 of the composition of the Budget Advisory Committee. And I'm advised by the current chair of the Budget Advisory Committee that although by population, the residents of the UT do not make up 1/3, of the population of the county, but their financial contribution is roughly around 30%. So I think it's fair that they have 1/3 representation on the Budget Committee. This amendment also stipulates, which previously has not been stipulated, that no more than one member of any municipality or UT will serve on the Budget Committee at the same time. And I think this ensures a greater array of representation from the various areas of the county. And lastly, this amendment does continue the county commissioner's authority to appoint when there is a vacancy on the Budget Committee. So to repeat my position, I don't support LD 243 the way it's currently written. I do support this amended version, which brings it more into line with the way the other counties in the state of Maine handle filling their budget advisory committees. And I think it gives more representation to the UTs. And also, I just think it's much more fair. Thank you for listening, and I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Boothroyd? Am I pronouncing that correct?
Boothroyd, yes.
Boothroyd, thank you. Are you from, did you identify yourself as from Dover or?
Dover Foxcroft, yes.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions, so I'd ask Mr. Boothroyd if you also wish to speak, sir.
Yes, thank you, Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlack and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Eric Boothroyd, a retired citizen residing in Dover Foxcroft, and I wish to submit this testimony to the committee in opposition of the passage of LD 243. Although I can agree with the sentiment of this bill, I don't believe this bill, as written, achieves its stated goals. Piscataquis County is the only county that currently requires by statute that a resident of the unorganized territories, or the UT, serve on the Budget Committee, albeit only one. If the goal of this legislation is to allow up to 3 UT residents, one from each county district, to serve on the Budget Committee, then why does the proposed wording state a county commissioner may appoint one member who is a resident of the unorganized territories? This implies no obligation to appoint a UT resident, and the Budget Committee could theoretically end up having none. I think it is admirable to have UT representation on the Budget Committee, since the county government is the overseer of the unorganized territories, but this bill doesn't guarantee that. A larger issue for consideration is the fact that the Piscataquis County Budget Committee members are all appointed by the county commissioners. All other county budget committees in Maine consist of members that are either elected or a combination of elected and appointed members. I do not understand why the word shall needs to be changed to must in this bill to describe how the budget committee members are chosen, since the current statute already gives the sole power of the appointment to the commissioners. I would prefer a budget committee which included elected members from the county districts to allow for more input from the citizens on the makeup of the committee membership, but this would require a revision to the whole statute. I urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 243 as written. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I want to recognize Representative Donna Dorr has joined us and has been in there for a while. I know you've been listening patiently. Do you want, Representative Dorr, can you introduce yourself to everybody like we did with everyone else at the beginning of the meeting? It's great to have you here.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci. I am Donna Dorr. I represent District 85, which is a portion of Augusta. And if you're all wondering, yes, my cancer is back, hence the new hairdo, but hopefully I'll have a week soon. So I'm doing well, and thank you for letting me speak for a sec.
Absolutely. And our best wishes too with you. Any questions for Eric Boothroyd? Seeing none. Are there any, Eric and Carol Boothroyd, thank you very much for your participation and your comments. We'll obviously consider this with additional information at a work session later. That will be scheduled later. Cheryl, the only thing, Cheryl, I see the dog. Are you there? There we are. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak as a member of the public on this bill?
No, there is not.
Okay, so I would close the public hearing unless I hear an objection, which I don't. So the public hearing is closed.
Senator Baldacci?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I had just gotten a note from the sponsor of LD 286, and he's before another committee, and he was wondering if he could go last today.
Okay.
Was there anybody else going last?
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
So Lynn, what is the next item that we are going to consider?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next item will be 183, LD 183, which is an act to establish Juneteenth as a paid state holiday. The sponsor is Representative Talbot Ross, and there are perhaps 3 people to speak in favor and 1 neither for nor against that had registered, but there may be more. So Representative Talbot Ross is the sponsor for this bill.
Great. Representative Ross, good morning. Welcome to State and Local Government.
Good morning.
Why don't you start off the discussion then? Thank you.
Great. Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlick and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government, I am Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40 and serve as the Assistant House Majority Leader. I thank you for the opportunity to come before you to present LD 183, an act to establish Juneteenth as a paid state holiday. Juneteenth is an American holiday, not only for the descendants of the enslaved people to observe. It has been recognized since 1866, but remains unfamiliar to many. And Juneteenth has meaning and relevance in our state of Maine that is both unique to our shared history and also representative of America's story more broadly. The Juneteenth holiday was established to honor and recognize the Day of Freedom for those who were enslaved. Maine owes its statehood to slavery as a result of the Missouri Compromise. In 1820, a compromise was reached within the federal government to allow 2 new states into the Union without upsetting the balance of slave and free states in our nation, an issue that was becoming more problematic as the question of abolition grew in popularity. Over 200 years ago, Maine entered the Union as a free state, while Missouri entered the Union as a slave state. Our ability to become a state of our own, separate from Massachusetts, completely rested on the question of slavery. The story of Juneteenth begins on June 19, 1865, when Union Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced freedom for all enslaved people. Quote, In accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free, unquote. Granger read this to the crowd. Juneteenth was celebrated as early as the next year in 1866. Granger's announcement in 1865 came a full 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was made. That meant the enslaved people of Galveston remained in slavery long after freedom had officially been granted to them. Despite President Lincoln's executive action, slavery did not end right away, but rather liberation occurred with the forward movement of the Union Army. The Juneteenth holiday celebrates all emancipation from slavery, not just this one day in Texas, but the freedom of all those ever enslaved over the course of US history. Maine is not immune to this, but instead has its own experience with slavery. Enslaved people were in Maine from the time of our earliest European settlers. First, the native peoples of the place we now call Maine were enslaved. The first enslaved African people were brought to Massachusetts as early as 1637, and the institution quickly spread to Maine, then a district of Massachusetts. Author Patricia Wall found documentation of at least 500 enslaved people in the Kittery area in the 17th and 18th centuries. People of African and indigenous or mixed ancestry were also enslaved in Maine for mostly economic reasons. One or two enslaved people could perform the work of their enslaver, therefore freeing him or her up to do other work. Enslaved Africans in Maine worked within homes, on farms, in fisheries, in sawmills, and on ships. They indeed helped to build our physical, landscape, and economic conditions in this state. Again, it is important to remember that Maine was long a district of Massachusetts. So when Massachusetts adopted its first state constitution in 1780, the document also applied to the District of Maine. That constitution still allowed slavery within the state and therefore within Maine. But between 1781 and 1783, enslaved people in Massachusetts began to sue for their own freedom before the state's courts, and many were successful. The Supreme Judicial Court heard a series of cases considering the legality of slavery in light of the state's constitution and effectively abolished slavery through the decision reached in the Quock-Walker case in 1781. That ruling applied to Maine as well, but it did not take effect immediately. The news took time to spread, especially into rural Maine. The 1790 census lists individuals still enslaved in Maine. So Maine is far from Texas, where the last enslaved people in North America were notified of their freedom, but Maine already had its own long history of slavery and enslaved people here, like those in Texas, had experienced the same delay before learning of their emancipation. The Juneteenth holiday does not celebrate one day in just one place, but instead recognizes the harsh experiences of all those who were enslaved. The mothers, fathers, children, and siblings who toiled in Maine's soil and built Maine's economy without enjoying their own freedom. These experiences are documented in our own church records, in court cases, and in the records of our own Maine State Archives. This is a part of history for all our communities, and it is time that we recognize it completely. I believe a paid state holiday elevates the visibility of the holiday and therefore the reason for its existence. Through this holiday, we can teach about and discuss Maine's history with slavery and its lasting effects on our culture and our communities. We can uncover this history that has been forgotten. And finally, we can honor our past as we also move forward. I thank you for your consideration, and I am available for any questions you may have. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Representative Ross. Are there questions for Representative Ross by members of the committee? Representative Reisman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation, Representative. Could you tell me how many states have recognized Juneteenth as a paid holiday?
Certainly. There are about 47 states that observe it, and I believe there are 7 states that recognize it as a paid state holiday. There is a bill before the US Congress to make it a federal holiday.
Did you have any other questions, Representative?
She just answered all 3. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Dorr, did you have a question? I saw your hand briefly go up.
I was going to ask the same question that Representative Reisman asked, and I didn't hear the representative's answer. So how many states are currently observing this holiday?
47.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Representative Copeland, I saw that you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was exactly my question, was about, the country coming together and everybody unifying on this message that this is an important day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments by members of the committee? Okay, thank you, Representative Ross. I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in the order we go in is that we will hear now from members of the public who wish to testify in favor of this bill, and I'm going to go to Cheryl.
Yes.
I'm assuming that.
Yep, I have in favor is Jeff McCabe, Michael Kibede. I'm not sure about Michael L. Alpert, whether you're in favor or against.
I'm assuming he's in favor. Is that correct, Mike?
Okay, so we have those 3 people.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go in alphabetical order. Michael Alpert, who's also a fellow Bangorian. Good morning. Welcome to state and local government.
Good morning, sir. My name is Michael Alpert. I live in Bangor, and I serve as the president of the Greater Bangor Area Branch NAACP. When I was a young teenager in the early 1960s, I joined the Bangor NAACP. All those years ago, I became aware that many of my neighbors thought that racism existed in other places, far away, but not here in Maine. This illusion of innocence has continued until today. Many Maine people have not faced the racist facts of our state's history. Racial justice is the most important unfinished business in American culture. The notion that Maine is a place apart when it comes to racism makes racism in Maine especially hard to confront. Juneteenth will serve as a way to remember and reflect on where Maine and America have been. The holiday celebrating the Declaration of Emancipation and freedom from institutional slavery will also remind us of what we need to achieve individually and as a society. As a representative of Maine's NAACP, I urge you to bring Juneteenth into our calendar of state holidays I support LD 183. Thank you. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Alpert. Are there any questions for Mr. Alpert? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Michael. And Michael, are you going to Kibedi, or what's the proper pronunciation?
Cabeda.
Cabeda?
Yep.
Okay, it's welcome to have you. Thank you
Thank
for coming before the state and local government. Could you introduce yourself and where you're from? I mean, in terms of your town and what entity you represent, if any.
Yep. Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Policy Counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union of Maine. I live in Portland, and my last name comes from Ethiopia in East Africa. And their last names are actually insignificant. So from now on, feel free to just use my first name.
Okay.
On behalf of the members of the ACLU, I urge you to support LD 183. Regardless of your ethnicity, you have ancestors who are living somewhere in the world on the historic day of June 19th, 1865. For the Black residents of Galveston, Texas, that day was like no other, as we just heard from Representative Talbot Ross. On that day, a Union general arrived in Galveston, making the belated announcement that slavery had ended in the former Confederate States 2.5 years prior. The Emancipation Proclamation, an executive order authored by President Lincoln with input from Frederick Douglass, was issued on January 1st of 1863. It purported to instantly free enslaved people in the Confederate States. In all of American history, no other single political gesture, including the signing of the US Constitution, marked a more significant step toward fulfilling the nation's promise of freedom for all. As you heard from the bill's sponsor, the Black residents of the island city of Galveston on the Gulf of Texas didn't learn this news for more than 2 years. Upon hearing the deferred news, the nearly 250,000 formerly enslaved people of Texas broke into jubilee and celebration. The date came to be remembered every year as Juneteenth, a contraction of the words June and 19th. While we've come a long way from June of 1865, we must still confront oppressive conditions today. Police violence, voter suppression, and mass incarceration are just three. Many of these harmful systems carry echoes of slavery, from which our own state's economy reaped enormous benefits. This bill would enshrine annual recognition of part of our country's sordid past. But as the sponsors of this bill would be the first to argue, true justice requires both recognition and redistribution. To that end, I urge you all to learn about and support H.R. 40, a federal bill that continues the long-halted process of making reparations for slavery. That bill is actually being heard in the Federal Judiciary Committee this afternoon at 2 p.m. Juneteenth reminds us that in any area of life, almost free is unfree, and delayed emancipation is denied emancipation. We urge you to support this bill. And if the committee wishes, I can drop a link to the Federal Judiciary Committee's website in the chat box. Otherwise, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Michael, thank you very much. I would, if you want to share a link with us, I would send it to us by email instead of in the chat box. It'd be a lot easier for us to save. And Representative Reisman, I think you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Michael. Could you tell me, since you seem familiar with federal HR 40, is the consideration to make this a paid federal holiday or just a recognition?
HR 40 is not actually directly about Juneteenth. HR 40 is about studying how to make reparations, how to make repairs, how to restore the relationship between the formerly enslaved people of the United States and the rest of the country. The federal bill that would make Juneteenth a federal holiday is a different bill, and I don't have its title right in front of me, but I'd be happy to get back to you with that.
You could send that to us also in an email.
Sure.
That we can have before the work session.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments by members of the committee for Michael? Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think the next person is the Honorable Jeff McCabe. Welcome.
Thank you. Can folks hear me okay? I always
Yeah.
like to check. Excellent. Working with some new technology here as well. Chair Baldacci, Chair Matlack, distinguished members of the state and local committee. My name is Jeff McCabe and I serve the people of MSCA and members as the Director of Politics and Legislation, Maine Service Employees Association, International Union Local 1989 is approximately 13,000 workers, retirees, mainly in the public sector, but we also have private sector unions as well, and we are a statewide organization as well. I'm here today in support of LD 183, an act to establish Juneteenth as a paid state holiday. Holidays allow us as citizens to reflect on the importance of a date and remind us of the important history associated with an event. As the parent of young children, holidays always allow for our family to talk about the history. Most important, it gives us a chance to hear how my children view and understand the events associated with that holiday. As someone who is part of the labor movement here in this state, holidays allow us to create teachable moments to talk about with workers and with families the sacrifice of a certain day in those events in a way to bring people together. Understanding history and talking about the importance of it is something that we should promote both socially and educationally. A Juneteenth holiday would create a day to recognize the events of June 19th, 1865. Maine itself has a complex and often not talked about or taught history in the ongoing legitimacy of slavery in our nation. In order for Maine to become a state in 1820, as you heard earlier, there was a compromise that allowed slavery to continue. Maine's history is complex as it relates to the very founding connected to slavery. In the year 2021, let's move forward as a state and celebrate Juneteenth, honoring African-American freedom, and by doing so, creating a space for ongoing dialogue, progress, respect of all cultures. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to this committee taking a supportive vote on LD 183.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCabe. Are there any questions for Mr. McCabe? Okay, seeing none. Do we have any other people that wish to speak in favor? Cheryl?
We do not.
Okay. Do we have any people that wish to speak against?
We do not.
Do we have any people that wish to speak neither for nor against?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Kate McBrien.
Our archivist, welcome.
Thank
Nice
you
to
so
see
much.
Yeah.
Nice to see you all again. Thank you. Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the committee. As you know, my name is Kate McBrien from Union. I currently serve as the Deputy Secretary of State for the Maine State Archives. The Maine State Archives does not have a formal position on LD 183, but I seek to provide some useful information from the archives collection that may assist the committee in its deliberations on this legislation. The Juneteenth holiday, as you've heard, celebrates the emancipation of those who were enslaved in the United States. The date commemorates the 19th of June in 1865, when U.S. Army General Gordon Granger proclaimed freedom from slavery in Texas. It's important to note that this announcement came 2 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. Maine's own history of slavery is not yet well known, but scholars are learning more information as hidden histories are researched and discovered. The Maine State Archives holds records within our collection that document this slave institution within our own state. Records such as the estate papers of Sir William Pepperell of Kittery, or the last will and testament of Tilly Higgins of Berwick, prove of enslaved people in Maine. We even hold an account dated to 1777 that describes the capture of Boston, an enslaved man who was the property of John Underwood of Kittery. Maine was still a district in Massachusetts in the 1780s when that state eventually abolished slavery. However, despite this legal decision, Maine census records in 1790 still show enslaved people in our state. Most famously, in 1820, Maine entered the Union as its own state as part of the Missouri Compromise, which allowed Maine to enter as a free state, while Missouri maintained slavery in their state. The Maine legislature's opinions, discussion, and determinations about slavery also reside in the Maine State Archives. Our records include Maine legislative resolves and correspondence about federal slave laws, abolition petitions, state responses to the Fugitive Slave Act, as well as the original Maine ratification of the 13th Amendment. Importantly, Maine refused to acknowledge or adhere to the Fugitive Slave Law, which required the return of runaway slaves. Specifically, I've emailed to Cheryl, and I'm sure she'll share with you, a few documents from the Maine State Archives collection that directly relate to the Emancipation Proclamation, which is at the heart of the Juneteenth holiday. One is a resolve from 1863 documenting Maine's support of the Emancipation Proclamation, discussing the dangers of slavery and the need to abolish it. Also attached is the actual ratification, Maine's ratification of the 13th Amendment. Governor Samuel Coney wrote a letter to the Maine State Legislature at the time of his passing, commending the members for passing this important change to our federal Constitution. One section of his letter that really stood out to me is this. I'd like to read it to you. I quote, "I congratulate you personally that in your character as the constitutional representatives of the people of Maine, the felicity is vouchsafed to you to give effect to their will by voting for the extirpation of a system utterly in variance with every other American institution, offensive to the best instincts of our species, founded in disregard of the first principles of human justice and in violation in the laws of God," unquote. That was Governor Samuel Coney. The collections of the Maine State Archives show us that Maine's long history of first slavery and then abolition and the calls for the freedom of enslaved people. Maine was at the heart of the slavery debate early in our Republic's history. It is this history that is recognized and honored through the Juneteenth holiday. So I thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate McBrien. Thank you. I would just ask if there's a way you could email members of the committee links to some of those items, particularly Governor Coney's address, and some of the other items that you mentioned would be nice to have. The Coney family is actually from Eastern Maine. I would also note that Hannibal Hamlin, who's a lawyer in Bangor, was the vice president, and who is noted to having given Lincoln a lot of support in terms of making sure the Emancipation Proclamation stuck. So we have a lot to be proud of, actually, in this state on several things. So I want to. Are there any questions for Ms. McBrien? Okay. Hearing none. We have no one else that wishes to speak. Is that correct, Cheryl?
That is correct.
Okay, so I would close the public hearing. I think we should take, if it's okay with the committee, if we can take a recess until 12:15 or 12:30, what would people like to do?
Do we only have the one more bill to hear?
Right. Correct.
Right.
We have one more bill to hear. And then we do have a hearing at 1 o'clock. So if we could hear this final bill, and then we could break until 1 o'clock.
Okay, that's the deal. So what is the next bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next bill is LD 286, which is Representative Collins. I'm not sure if he is here yet, but this is the bill, an act to make Election Day a state holiday. There are two other individuals here to testify regarding this bill. But as I said, I do not see the sponsor, Representative Collins.
I just sent him a note.
Good.
And so let me see where he is.
Oh, and there's our new Deputy Secretary of State, Emily Cook. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be with you all.
Thank you for being here.
I love Penelope's picture.
Yeah. My apologies for not reaching out to Representative Collins sooner.
No, that's fine. While we wait for that, I do have a question. You want to go ahead, Representative Matlack? That's fine. I'm trying to get a hold of him. Lynn Caswell, how is his bill different from the bill that we talked to Representative Moriarty about a couple weeks ago? Maybe that might be helpful if you could elucidate any differences.
Well, my elucidation is not ready yet. I had planned on doing that at the work session.
Okay.
So I do not have an answer to your question. I apologize.
Okay, I guess we'll elucidate how it is. So, Representative Matlack, subject to your approval, I would suggest maybe we recess. It's probably better for Representative Collins. If we do the public hearing maybe at 12:30, it should only take a few minutes and then go into our work session.
Okay.
If that's okay with members of the committee, that's what I would propose, or we can just hang on, wait for Representative Collins. Representative Greenwood, you have your hand up.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're going to break, could we maybe sit at 12:30, maybe 12:45 for the public hearing, and then we can roll right into our 1 o'clock?
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine with me. Thank you. Representative Bryant? You're still on mute, Mark.
I think that's fine. If you were going to try to split it, I would say, if you have people, how many people do we have here that are going to testify on the bill? Is anybody in the queue right now?
Yes, there's 3 people here to testify right now.
My suggestion might be that maybe I read the summary of the bill, allow those people to testify, and if a representative comes in later, we could bring them. But that way it cleans this off the slate, and we can't always accommodate, and I'm not sure we should.
Yeah, no. I'm more than happy to. I want to accommodate the committee, so only. So do you want to have the title read? Is that what you're saying? And then allow the people to.
Right.
Okay.
I'd be glad to.
Could I quickly ask that Cheryl send Representative Collins a link?
Yes. What is, I have it, never mind.
Benjamin Collins?
Yep, I got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Representative Bryant, do you have the title in front of you?
I do.
Okay, do you want to read it?
Yes, I am Representative Mark Bryan from Wyndham. I'm here to present LD 286, an act to make Election Day a state holiday. I'm reading it on behalf of a representative from Portland. And the actual summary of the bill is very clear. And it says, bill designates Election Day, the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, as a state holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bryant, did you wish to make any other comments, or you're all set?
I do not. Hopefully the representative will come in the meantime and be able to walk further with it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have 3 speakers. Are they in favor of this legislation, Cheryl?
Yeah, I have Emily Cook, who is in favor.
Yep. Who else?
That's it for in favor.
Okay, and then how many want to speak against?
We have 1 that wants to speak against, and then we have the rest are neither for nor against.
Okay, so we'll start with those 4, and I'm happy to recognize Deputy Secretary of State Emily Cook. Emily, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Emily Cook, Special Assistant to the Secretary of State and a resident of Hollowell. I'm here to speak in favor of LD 286. The Secretary of State supports LD 286. The election held on November 3, 2020 was unique and historical and will be studied and remembered for many reasons for many years to come. Today, we should think about it as an unexpected pilot project for having Election Day be a holiday. For years now, many people who work to break down barriers to voting access have advocated for Election Day to be a holiday. In theory, if you reduce the number of people who have to think about all the normal things of a Tuesday, childcare drop-off and pickup, getting to work on time, having to stay late at work because a meeting ran long, dealing with traffic, getting on the highway to get home, more people would be able to vote more easily. And with so many people working from home with more flexible hours in 2020, we found out what that might be like. The results were fantastic. While certainly not due to this one factor alone, voter participation in the 2020 election in Maine was about 78%. As the new Secretary of State, Secretary Bellows was equally pleased to hear from local clerks that without as many people as usual working in-person jobs and also voting in person, we didn't see the traditional and sometimes frustrating bottlenecks of voters before work in the morning, after school gets out in the afternoon, or after work ends in the evening. Keeping a steadier pace throughout the day for people who needed or wanted to vote in person on Election Day is easier on our local election officials as well as on our voters. While making Election Day a holiday is just one of many positive reforms the legislature will consider this year, we believe it provides a positive benefit for both Maine voters and local election officials. One thing we do want to note, however, is that on most state holidays, non-essential state employees are given the day off. Typically, our election staff is part of that group. For obvious reasons, they would need to work on Election Day, even if it is a holiday. We have spoken with Representative Collings about this and appreciate that he is supportive of making this clarification. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Cook? Okay. Okay, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the, I'm concerned about how we're going to pay for the people who are off. So there was talk at another hearing, and I'm about not paying people overtime and so forth and having it as a regular day. I don't know if you can speak to that or if this is the appropriate time to ask.
Yeah, that's something that I know we've been doing some research into, and I don't have any answers or opinions from our perspective. How that works out, I think is something that the legislature will have to think about. And we'd be happy to be part of that conversation.
So obviously, between now and any work session, you could provide some supplemental information, obviously, to legislators.
Yes, we've reached out to, through the National Association of Secretaries of State, to other states that have Election Day holidays to see how they handle that. I can tell you in initial research, it was not on their websites. So it's taking a little bit more work, but it is something that we're looking into.
Yeah, it might be helpful to have information about how other states handle it. I mean, I'm sure there are different ways in different states. Maybe if you could give us, if you have time, Ms. Cook, if you could maybe email us before any work session happens, just some information what other states do on these days.
Yes, we're working on compiling that now, and once I have it, I will make sure you have it as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Cook. Anyone here to testify against?
Yes.
Ms. Wallach? Okay. And is Ms. Wallach the only person, Cheryl?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Ms. Wallach, welcome to State and Local Government.
Thank you.
And if you could state your name and where you're from, that would be great. And then tell us what you want to tell us.
Thank you. I'm Victoria Wallach. I'm from Maine School Management representing school boards, school superintendent in the state. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association, School Superintendents Association, in opposition to the bill. The bill is similar to one we heard before, LD 100, which we oppose, but it appears to me that it goes a step further. It makes Election Day a state holiday without the caveat that it is Election Day in the presidential year, which would then make it every 2 years, if I'm reading it correctly. Our members oppose this bill because that holiday designation would close schools. Access to public education and the right to vote are cornerstones of democracy in this country. They are not conflicting or competing interests. We should not send the message that public education and voting represent competing interests on Election Day. In reality, they are both an integral part of our rights as citizens. And I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wallach. I would note that you all, I think it was you that also provided a written submission, or the main, or your entity, your organization did. I reviewed that as well. Is there any questions from Ms. Wallach? Okay, I don't see any, Ms. Wallach, but thank you very much for being here. Is there anyone, I know that the sponsor has shown up, but let me just go. Is there anyone here to testify neither for nor against?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay. Who is that?
Penelope Hamlin.
Okay, Penelope Hamlin. Are you there?
She's come. There she is.
There
I'm
we
here.
are.
I didn't know if you were going to let Representative Collins go first. Hi there. Thank you, Mr.
Oh, that's
Chair. I am here.
Ms. Hamlin, welcome, and thank you for
Thank
being
you.
patient. If you could introduce yourself and let us know where you're from.
Absolutely. Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, distinguished members of the committee, good morning. I'm Penelope Hamlin. I'm a resident of South Portland and a volunteer representing the League of Women Voters of Maine. Our positions on issues are decided by member consensus, and because we do not have a position on making Election Day a holiday, I'm testifying neither for nor against LD 286. Celebrating democracy, increasing voter turnout, and removing barriers to voting have been at the heart of the League's work for more than 100 years. We appreciate Representative Collins' intention of advancing these goals. The rationale for making Election Day a holiday is that it should allow more working people to vote. Most countries hold elections on the weekend for this very reason. Could a state holiday be a small step toward building a more equitable democracy by reducing barriers to voting? We know that voter turnout in Maine is lowest in districts with the highest poverty rate. There are any number of practical reasons for this. Workers in low-wage jobs and those working multiple jobs simply may not have the luxury of time off. And Maine is one of 22 states that do not have laws requiring companies to give employees time off to vote. It's important for you to consider whether closure of state and local government offices and schools could have unintended consequences by depriving low-income Mainers of resources that could help them vote that day. If schools close, parents would have the added burden of childcare on Election Day. Would public transportation schedules also be curtailed? It's unlikely that healthcare, service, and retail businesses would close for a state holiday, so many low-wage workers would probably not have that day off. It's difficult to predict the practical impact of an Election Day holiday on voter turnout. A Princeton study done about 10 years ago found little improvement in turnout, but more research needs to be done on this. Regardless of its practical impact, there would be a symbolic value to establishing a civic holiday to honor and celebrate the act of voting. It would raise public awareness and provide interesting opportunities for voter education and engagement. Thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlin, and thank you, the League of Women Voters. Before I ask a committee for questions, I would ask if you could provide us before a work session, if you have information on other states that have laws protecting workers in terms of the voting issue that you mentioned. I mean, that's separate from a holiday, but I think it's still a relevant concern, that it would be helpful to see what other states have done in that regard to protect people's ability to, take some time off to go vote. But
Absolutely.
thank you. And are there questions for Ms. Hamlin from members of the committee? Okay, I don't see any, but thank you, Ms. Hamlin.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And Representative Benjamin Collins, welcome.
Good morning. It's still morning, right?
Yes, it is.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this bill that I proposed once again. And I apologize for not being here moments earlier. I'm trying to juggle different committee hearings, and for some reason I had this bill down at 1, and I apologize for
no problem.
Late.
No.
So thank you for adjusting your format to allow me to come on now. So I am Representative Benjamin Collins. I represent House District 42 in the city of Portland. I'm serving in my 3rd term, and I did submit this legislation in the last session. It did pass this committee, and I worked with some of you that were on this committee last session. I look forward to working with the new members this year on this bill and others. So basically, when I submitted this last year, it passed the committee, it passed the House, it passed the Senate, and then it went to appropriations. There was a fiscal note of approximately, I think, $6,600 or $6,700. And that was due to the fact that there would have to be overtime pay for staff of the Secretary of State Bureau of Elections, because technically it would be a holiday and they would be working. So for every 2 years, in a biennial budget, that would be the expenditure. Of course, before that could be moved in appropriations, as you all know, on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th last year, we adjourned earlier than usual because of the pandemic. And so that was the fate of the legislation. I hope that it can go through the same course this time and get your support in the committee and so on. Some of you recall this last time. Some of you, it's the first time hearing this. I understand another legislator has submitted something similar to my bill, but they have it set to only every 4 years for a presidential, which I'm glad other people are working on this. I would have to say that I prefer the intent of mine, because it was to have every 2 years in a general election. And as you know, in Maine, we have more people turn out in a presidential election. And one of the goals was to have more people turn out in an off-year election. I apologize, I don't have it now, Senator Baldacci. I will pull up the information I have, send it to the committee regarding what other states do this, what other countries, what other cities do this type of concept in one form or another. Some have a complete day off for people to vote. In some states and some municipalities around the country, they allow a reasonable amount of time so people can leave work to exercise their right to vote. So in Maine, what's unique about Maine compared to other states? Well, a lot of other states that have bigger cities obviously have a bigger problem with access to voting and much larger lines and people having, and a bigger issue there. Maine, I guess we consider places like Portland and Bangor, Lewiston, Auburn, Waterville, Sanford as urban. They're really in most places big towns, but anyway, you do have to wait a while to vote in a lot of these places. And a lot of it's due to the fact that people have to rush before work, or they have to go after work or after school. Where I grew up in Fort Kent before I moved to Portland, people working out in the woods in Allagash and other places, they really have to kind of like bust out and drive really quickly to get to the polls before they close. So this just would give everyone the whole day to vote. And I'll pull this up as well there's different researches, different theories. What I concluded when I submitted this bill 2 years ago was that I think that probably to start in a relatively short amount of time, this may boost about a 15% uptick in voter turnout. There is some polling that shows why people don't vote. Some of it's apathy, some of it are other reasons, and then some of it is actually because there's limited time for people to vote. So it would do that. I would remind this committee that in our history in this country, Election Day used to be a holiday, and we used to celebrate it all over the country. It was really a big, huge thing. I would add also as well, besides giving everyone the most opportunities in a day to vote on Election Day, I do want to remind people that the sacrifice people have made in the history of this country to have our democracy, for people to vote. And not only that, but certain people have not been granted the opportunity to vote equally. They've had to fight, they've had to sacrifice their lives to vote. There was a long time before women could vote, before Black people could vote. In the state of Maine, it wasn't too long ago before Native Americans could vote here in elections. So I think that it has come to a point where elections are a very sacred matter, and they should be treated as such. And I believe that a day that everyone has off to vote will increase participation in our electoral process, but it will also spur interest for people to get more involved civically. And I think that not only will it have a small bump here in the short term, I think the future generations will see how we honor and make this day sacred. And I think when my children are older, when their children are older, you're going to see that Maine, as it always is one of the leading states in voter turnout. I think will be one of the leading places in the world for voter turnout. And I think the more people that participate, the better our democracy is. And with that, I'll stop there. Thank you for hearing me on this bill once again. And I will, as I promised, Senator Baldacci and members of the committee, I will send you information on other states and any other of the data I just referenced.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Representative.
One more note. I know this came up last time. I do want to say I had long talks 2 years ago about this. There was the state fiscal note. People asked us the impact on municipalities in town, and I sat down with the previous Secretary of State Dunlap and others, and we went through all the scenarios, and we found out that in most cases, most municipalities, it could be kind of like cost neutral with different factors. So the only fiscal note that we deal with as state legislators is really for the Secretary of State staff. And again, that would be about $6,700 every 2 years. And just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful, Representative Collins. Thank you. Other questions? I see Representative Toole, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could have the analyst research whether this could possibly trigger a mandate preamble in light of the fall, then there may be a cost to municipalities that for the work session, that would be great.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. So I think Representative Collins, thank you. We're always happy to accommodate your schedule, and
thank you very much.
Thank you. So it is 12:02. I suggest we recess until 1 p.m. Is that correct?
We're going to close this hearing first.
This public hearing is now closed.
Thank you.
We have taken all for, against, and neither for nor against comments. And I would suggest that we resume at 1 p.m. for our work session.
Just a reminder that the Zoom is not turned off. So
Right.
if you could make sure you turn off your video and your volume, that would be awesome.
That would be great. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice lunch. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're not, we're still on the live streaming service. Lynn, and I don't know if we, why don't we go around, just introduce ourselves again, since we do that at the beginning kind of each session. And I'll start with Representative Francis Head again.
Thank you very much. I'm Frances Head from Bethel, and I represent District 117, parts of Franklin and Oxford counties.
Thank you very much. Senator Kim Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8, from Castine through Brewer up to Lincoln, and I live in Bucksport.
Great. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lynn Copeland, and I represent downtown and coastal Saco, House District 14.
Okay, thank you. Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Senator. Mark Bryan, I represent House District 24, part of the town of Wyndham.
Great, thank you, Mark. Represent my co-chair, Representative Ann Matlack.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Senator. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands. Ooh.
We're gonna have to visit all of those places at some point, just to.
I know.
Especially Matinicus Island, that would be fun. Let's see, my screen moved around on me. Let's go, Representative Donna Dorr.
Hi, everyone. I'm Representative Donna Dorr. I represent a portion of the city of Augusta, and that is District 85.
Great. Representative William Toole. Representative Toole, you are mute right now, if you could.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Will Toole. I represent the communities of Cutler, East Machias, Eastport, Lubec, Machias, Machiasport, Roque Bluff, Whiting, and Prescott.
Great. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Randall Greenwood, House District 82, which is Litchfield, Monmouth, and Wales in both Androscoggin and Kennebec counties.
Great, thank you. Representative Walter Reisman.
Hi, are you doing introductions? I'm sorry, I just got on.
Yes, could you just introduce yourself?
Thank you. I'm Representative Walter Reisman. I represent District 69, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark.
Great, thank you. Let's see, Lynn, this is a work session on LD2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so
I have the script for that if you would like. Otherwise,
yes, I will. If you have the script, you get to you go ahead, Representative Matlack.
Thank you. Cheryl, were you going to prompt us or?
No, I believe we missed Representative Downs?
We did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Representative Kathy Downs.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry, that's when the screen bounces around. Sometimes you miss.
Well, good afternoon and thank you, Senator. This is Kathy Downs and I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Arlington.
Great. Thank you, Representative Downs. Great to have you. I think Representative Matlack, if you want to lead us off in the work session, that would be great.
I can do that. This is a work session for LD2. We have established that we have a quorum. I am Representative Matlack, and Senator Baldacci and I will be presiding over this work session. This format is new to all of us, and we expect that there will be unforeseen glitches and mistakes. Please be patient. We are doing our best, and we will all learn as we go along and hopefully improve along the way. Thank you. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analyst, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website, www.legislature.maine.gov. Some important electronic meeting reminders. The YouTube live stream of this meeting, which is accessible to the public, begins at the scheduled start time for the work session and will remain on until the end of the day's work. If your video or audio is on, even if the committee is not then in active session or is on break, the public can see or hear you. Microphones, chat function, and Zoom identifier name. Please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. Please check to be sure that your name appears correctly on the Zoom screen. For example, it should read Representative Smith and not iPhone 6 or mom's laptop. This is a public meeting, and I must remind you that while we are meeting, discussion must happen on screen and not by way of the Zoom chat. You may use the chat to request to speak or to indicate that you are having a technical issue or to indicate that you are momentarily stepping away from the screen. However, again, you are not to use the chat feature for substantive discussions. If you are having technical difficulties, please contact our committee clerk, Cheryl McGowan, who will try to help resolve the problem, or contact the Legislative Information Technology Office if necessary. Members will speak with the leave of the chair. There is a raise hand function at the bottom of the screen. If you would care to speak, please raise that hand and the chair will call on you. Materials will be provided electronically for this meeting, either through screen share, email, or posted on the committee materials page before the meeting or soon after. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present and at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable on the Zoom screen. So you cannot be behind your blank screen, and you need to have your mute off in order to speak your decision on this bill. We have already introduced ourselves all around, and we will now open the work session on LD number 2.
Thank you very much, Representative Matlack. In terms of the operation of the work session, I think I was going to go around and ask each member in the order it's on my screen if they have any further questions or comments before we get to a vote. So I think I was going to start with.
I think we have a couple of people here, like I hate to interrupt you, sir. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. But yeah, we have Danielle Fox and Jerry Reed. Do either one of you wish to make any comments before I go around and ask committee members? Okay.
Okay.
Well, what I'm going to do is go around to each committee member and see if they have questions or comments before we vote. So I'm going to start Representative Toole.
Yes, at last week during the work session, I had asked if we could have someone from OPLA come in and talk about the staffing that this bill would require and things like that. Would
Yep.
that be, is that what Ms. Fox is here for? And
Right.
if so, could we hear from her on that?
So Ms. Fox, do you want to address Representative Toole's questions?
Sure. Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Danielle Fox, and I am honored to serve the legislature in the position of Director of OPLA, or the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. And it's nice to see you all. I do see some familiar faces on the screen, people that I have worked with over the years. I do want to just start off by clarifying something in terms of some of the questions that you might be asking, and that is that it's important to be clear that nonpartisan staff, we don't provide testimony on legislation, as I think you probably all know. We don't take a position on how legislation might impact an individual office or nonpartisan staff generally. So I'm essentially viewing my presence here as sort of a temporary co-analyst who might be able to offer some enhanced information about the processes that seem to be implicated in the bill that's before you, such as legislative studies or the legislative study table. So I'm happy to answer questions in that regard, but I think it's important that I sort of lay out for you the parameters within which I am able to answer questions as a member of nonpartisan staff.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's very helpful. So I think Representative Toole, did you want to pose some questions to Ms. Fox?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my first question would be, as far as the process, historically, what has the process been for adopting impact statements, like with the fiscal note? How did that come about? I guess that would be the first question.
Sure, I can answer that question. There's a section of Title III that lays out what the nonpartisan staff services are to the Legislative Council, and they list them out by duty, not necessarily by office. So it talks about revising the statutes, providing pocket parts, providing research services, drafting services, committee staffing services, and as well as fiscal information on legislation that's before the legislature. And that's in Title III, I think it's 163A or 163. It's one of those sections. So that's where that came about. That was, in terms of defining the services that nonpartisan staff provide to the legislature and the Legislative Council, those are listed there.
I see, thank you. And I guess my other question, so when you're going about hiring analysts and you're recruiting an analyst, what kinds of things do you look for in an analyst in terms of qualifications?
Sure, so one of the most important things that we look for is the nonpartisanship of the candidate, because that's obviously a very important part of our role, is that the analyst can serve in a nonpartisan manner, and not only in terms of their actions, but any perceptions about them in terms of partisanship. So that's the first thing. In OPLA, for example, I can speak about that. We require people generally with an advanced degree. We have people with all varying degrees. There are several analysts who have law degrees. There are some that have PhDs in various fields. For example, I have an undergraduate in political science, and I actually studied public policy and policy analysis. So that was something specific to this world that we're in. So those are the things that we look for in terms of, and we're generalists. So I do want to make that really clear. None of us have a particular expertise. We may develop institutional knowledge over time by staffing a committee for a long time, but we are generalists in terms of the information that we provide to the legislature.
Okay. Representative Toole, did you have other questions for her?
Well, I don't want to hog the I don't want to hog all the questions, but I do certainly appreciate that. And I think it is important that we keep that nonpartisan standard to everything, regardless of what we're evaluating, whether it be a population, how a bill impacts a population, or any population within the state, or the fiscal side of things. I was wondering how, like, say when you hire somebody to do fiscal analysis, do they have to have an accountant's background or something like that? I mean, I'm wondering, would you need to hire folks with specific skill sets if we were to adopt different impact statements? Or would
Sure.
you see that, or would that not be something that, or do you feel the general coverage is adequate?
I think that isn't a question I could necessarily answer. I don't think there's a lot of specificity in the bill in terms of what these impact statements will require. I think the more that this committee and then the legislature decides what they want those impact statements to say, then that could inform future input in terms of what might be required. But so the more specific you are with what those statements will say and what sort of measures or things that they will take into account, and then there'd be more information available to you at that time in terms of what sort of skill sets the legislature might be looking for.
Okay.
Okay.
I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Representative Toole. Thank you, Ms. Fox. So I was going to go around and just ask each member if they wanted to make any if they had any questions or they wanted to make any comments before we go ahead and vote. So I'm going to start with Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question, and maybe this is for Lynn Caswell. We were given a suggested amendment to the bill, and I wanted to know what the procedure was for this committee to take that into account before we vote.
Representative Reisman, are you speaking to the amendment that the sponsor and the governor's office worked on together?
That is correct.
Yes. So that I do have that document, and Jerry Reed from the governor's office is here, as is the sponsor. At some point, I assumed at some point during this work session, I would screen share that for the committee to discuss the language and to ask any questions of Mr. Reed or Representative Talbot Ross. So I do have it available.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and do that now since Representative Reisman inquired?
Righty then, let me screen share. So, nope, you're not seeing what, you're seeing a lovely photo, aren't you?
No, I think you had it a second ago.
You had it.
Oh, I did? Okay, I'm sorry.
Now we'll get the lovely photo.
Yes. Okay, do you see something entitled Sponsors Amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so this revises on page 1 of the LD, the section called Racial Impact Statement Information. The language that's highlighted in yellow is the new language that both Jerry Reed and the sponsor agree address the question that Mr. Reed raised about clarifying that the request for information from state agencies would be asking them to share information that they already possess and information necessary for the legislature to actually prepare the racial impact statement. And if you would like me to unshare, just let me know.
Okay, are there any questions or comments about what Lynn is sharing? Okay, Representative Reisman, did you want to make a motion to amend as indicated in the sponsors amendment?
Do we have the whole LD before us to be voted on first, or do we want to modify it first?
I think I was just asking him to move to amend it as provided in the sponsors amendment, and then we go to the whole document.
Yeah, I think I would make that motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Representative Tool had a question.
Okay. I'm sorry, who had a question?
Representative Tool.
Okay, Representative Tool. It's been, first of all, it's been moved and seconded. The amendment, the sponsors amendment has now been moved and seconded. Representative Tool?
Thank you. Generally, when a bill is voted, that is part of the final vote. So if people have amendments or such that they're ready to make as part of the final bill, it's all generally done at once, as opposed to making individual amendments piecemeal. That having been said, I would request a 10-minute break.
Okay, you need to have a 10-minute break before we vote on this amendment, or after we vote on the amendment?
I think that we generally vote on the bill. Generally, what happens is all of the amendments get voted on together, if there are amendments, and go from there.
I think that each committee can take it in the due course it wants to, but Representative Mark Bryant?
Yeah, thank you. Due respect, Mr. Chair, my suggestion is that we kind of go around the horn so we can take all the information and see if what other things we might want to wait on. So I think my suggestion would be go around the horn, see what's there, and then take the break so that we can maybe answer a lot of questions that may come up all at once. That's my suggestions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much, Representative Bryant. We will do that. So Representative Reisman, we will come back to your amendment. I'm going to go around the horn like I think
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of being forthwith, not forthwith, I will withdraw my motion for the time being.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to going around, and Representative Reisman, since I started with you, is there anything else that you wanted to discuss or talk about before I go on to the next person?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Greenwood, you're the next person. Did you have any questions or comments that you wanted to make, or any amendments that you wanted to offer?
I'm actually looking at something. I'm just trying to find the point. So I'll respectfully ask if you can come back to me at the end.
Sure. Senator Rosen?
I'm going to defer to Will Tool because of an amendment that he has. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
I'm just going to listen.
Okay, but other than that, you have no other questions?
No.
Okay. Representative Donna Dorr? Hi, you're still on mute.
There you go.
Okay, I'm all set at this point.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kathy Downs? Did you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm all set right at the moment anyway.
Representative Mark Bryant, did you have?
Thank you, Senator. I don't have a question on this. I just wanted to give a shout out to Director Fox and let the people know I've helped out with her in the years past, and she is certainly nonpartisan, but extremely helpful.
That's good to know. Thank you, Representative Bryant. Representative Lynn Copeland?
I don't have any questions at this time, but I do want to say that I had received a lot of communication from constituents in favor of this, in addition to all of the over 100 submissions of testimony that we've received.
Okay. Let's see, Representative Francis Head? You're still on mute, Representative Head. Representative Head, you're still on mute.
lower left-hand corner, Representative Head. It's a little microphone and it says mute or unmute. Right next to the start video button.
Or you can press and hold your space bar.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Greenwood.
Just
Press and
hold,
hold space bar.
yeah, hold it right down.
Just keep it right down. Do we have any way to unmute Representative Head outside of?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
Representative Head, I will come back to you. I think we're going to take a break.
Oh, she's unmuted.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Nice. There we go. Good
I
job.
don't have any further questions. We've had a lot of information handed to us, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'm fine.
Okay, great. So Representative Toole, Representative Greenwood, you had your hand up?
Yes, I'm sorry. Did I asked the question earlier at the public hearing? Did we ever get a clear definition of historically disadvantaged racial populations?
So let's see. Representative Matlack, do you want to field that one?
That would be, I would defer to Representative Talbot Ross.
Okay.
I believe in as much as it's her bill, she would be the person to answer the question.
Representative Ross?
Yes, I want to thank you for the question, Representative Greenwood. I did forward a working definition to the chairs, and I can read it and also forward it to you as well. So historically disadvantaged racial populations are populations that have historically, it's very important, experienced a higher risk of poverty, social exclusion, discrimination, and violence, among other issues than the general population result of their racial status. So the key things here are a historical pattern, and they've experienced it because of their racial status. So for instance, the indigenous population that experienced genocide in this country, in this state, the enslaved population of indigenous, African, and mixed race people would be a historical marker. So it's really that pattern and practice of historical discrimination based on race. And I'd be glad to share that with you.
Yeah, if you could forward that to everybody on the committee, or
yeah, I will send it to
probably Cheryl McGowan.
Yeah, send it to Cheryl, and Cheryl can forward it to everybody on the committee.
Yeah, I think I sent it to you already, but if you send it to me again, Representative Talbot Ross, I'll send it right to them right now.
Yeah, I think it was sent to the whole committee previously, but that's okay. So we're going to take a break, right, at the request of Representative Toole. Is that correct, Representative Toole?
That is correct.
Okay.
Representative Matlock.
Representative Matlack?
Yes, please. If I might ask a question of Ms. Fox.
Sure.
I must tell you that OPEGA is my favorite organization in this whole state government. And I know that it's been around for 20-something years, back to the late 90s, early 2000s. So OPEGA has been around for a few years now, correct?
So that was a position that I previously held. I spent 2 years as director of OPEGA, but it was established in 2005, I believe, and really got up and running a couple of years after that. So legislatively, I think it was created in 2005.
Well, I think my point is that Representative Toole was asking about the people and their qualifications of those who work in OPLA, OPEGA, other organizations like this, the nonpartisan staff. And over the years, as the qualifications have modified, in the beginning, information that you received determined the information that you needed to know how to deal with. And I think it's an evolving process that these organizations such as OPLA have, that determines who works with us. And at the beginning, you don't know what it is that you don't know, and finding people who can answer myriad questions and look at information from various points of view is what you're looking for, and that only time will tell what sort of qualifications are necessary to do the work that we ask of you.
Great. Any other questions or comments before we take a break? Okay, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fiscal notes were initiated in 2006 in the 123rd. And I'm wondering if there was any particular requirements of them at that point, of our OPLA and the offices that do that work. I don't know if they had challenges, or I know that we're in the preliminary stages here, and this is really a study initially. So I just wanted to know if there were any found, problems with coming up with new procedures and that at that point.
Are you asking that of me, Representative Copeland? So a couple of things. I think fiscal notes have been around longer than that.
I saw it online 2006.
That may be fiscal. This is because this is my past committee experience that's informing this, but that may be fiscal impact statements related to direct initiatives or anything that's on the ballot. I'm not sure that I referenced before the section of statute that talks about the services that nonpartisan staff provide, which is Title III, Section 163. And it's a much more generic description of the services that nonpartisan staff provide to the legislature. So it doesn't specifically outline the criteria for a fiscal note. And I would also like to just momentarily differentiate some nonpartisan staff from others. So OPEGA has its own separate statute and charge, and it is structured much differently than the other suite of nonpartisan offices, which would include the offices like OPLA and OFPR. So, I'm happy to give a primer on all those differences and the statute that talks about the services that we are tasked to provide. It's not as specific as I think you were just alluding to in terms of the 2006, but I've been here since sometime in the 90s, and the fiscal office was here then and had been for quite some time. I believe that OPLA was established sometime in the early to mid 70s, for example. So, and I'm pretty sure, and the fiscal office has had different iterations over the years, but it has been there for much longer than since 2000.
I don't think OPLA was created in the 70s. I'm pretty sure the 2000, but whatever. I mean, we can debate that.
Well, I've been employed since 1997 with OPLA, so.
Okay. 'Cause I think there's been different iterations of it, but in any event. So,
well, I don't think that, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I don't think that anybody actually needs to be an expert in race to understand the situation and to bring that awareness to it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And also, the whole idea of the bill is nonpartisan itself in terms of wanting to make sure that we treat everyone as we would want to be treated. So that's about as nonpartisan as you can get. Representative Reisman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to inquire about the 10-minute break, whether that's considered a committee caucus group.
I think that the Representative Toole has requested a caucus, so it will be a break in order to allow both sides to caucus.
Can you explain the process for that so we all understand that?
Well, each side can have a caucus, discuss any possible amendments or how they wish to vote. And then when we come back, then we can get into the voting. Representative Matlack, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, please. I will send a Zoom link around for the folks in our caucus so that we can have a bit of time to chat. If you're going to go to a corner caucus, you must exit this meeting. Your computer camera only accommodates one picture at a time. So you need to leave this meeting, go to a different meeting, and then you'll come back and Cheryl will hold this meeting open for us until we come back.
Okay, great. And so how much time what time do we want to come back? It's 1:34. Is 1:50 satisfactory, Representative Toole?
Yeah, I would say 1:50 or 2 o'clock. I think we can all be, I don't know how long it's going to take people to jump on technology laws.
So I will be happy to give you to 2 o'clock. We will reconvene. Okay, and then I'll look for Representative Matlack, your Zoom invite. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Representative Toole, I sent you the link as well.
Well, I'm not on there.
Representative Head. This is Cheryl. There's no break room. If you're looking for Representative Tool, you'll need to text him or ask him how he is talking with your group.
Fran, if you hang tight for just a second, this is Randy Greenwood. I will let Will know that you're not in.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Greenwood.
Hang tight, Fran. I'm almost there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Head, you need to probably mute.
Trying. I'm just having so much trouble today.
That's okay. Bottom left-hand corner.
I know where it is, and I can see the video stuff and all that, but it won't let me do it.
I can mute you for you.
That would be great. Oh,
Yeah.
if you would please.
I just can't unmute you. Just an FYI to everyone that Representative Toole says they are ready. They're getting on back online.
I'm not 100% sure. I am back.
You are back. Yep. Everybody else is coming.
What happened, Fran?
Randy, what did you say?
Are you in, Fran?
No.
Oh.
Well, maybe I am.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. That's just wonderful.
Okay, all she has to do is turn her video back on.
Yeah.
And
Oh, she just turned it back off.
on a telephone.
Oh, maybe she's, yeah.
So she needs to hang that up and turn her video.
Representative Head, are you all set now? Okay, other than you being on mute, I think. There, nice.
I'm all set. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Randy particularly for the help.
Okay, are we all present? Do we have a quorum? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have a quorum present. Okay, we've taken a
Is
break.
Donna able to come? There you go.
We've taken a break at the request of Representative Toole. Representative Matlack, did you want to make a motion? I see your hand up.
Yes, please, if I might, we'll get the discussions going. I would like to move ought to pass for LD2, an act to require inclusion of racial impact statements in the legislative process as amended by language presented by Representative Talbot Ross.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I don't see any. I would ask the clerk to call the roll. A yes is ought to pass, and no is ought not to pass. Okay, Representative Bryant, you have your hand up. You can't hear you because you're on mute.
Ought to pass as amended.
Ought to pass as amended. Thank you. Cheryl, how you doing? You
I
there?
am writing the amendment down. Yes, thank you. I'm ready if you folks are.
We're ready to go.
All righty. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus. Representative Sean Paulus, absent.
Believe he'll register his vote. And
Yes, yeah.
do time.
Representative Francis Head.
No.
Representative Francis Head, no. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Baldacci, yes. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
No.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, no. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Donna Dorr, absent.
No. What?
No, I'm sorry.
I'm just not.
No
as quick
worries,
as
no worries.
I'm not as quick as I used to be, but yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
No.
Representative Kathy Downs, no. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 6 yes, 5 no, 2 absent.
Okay.
Do we need to know the recommendation for the opposed motion? I see a yes from Representative Bryant. So
Representative Toole has his hand up.
Yeah, Representative Toole, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we can't
You're,
hear.
you're muted.
Just a second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have, in voting no, we recognize the importance of this issue and the importance of being inclusive of all populations within the state of Maine. And with that, would put forward the following amendment. So it would be ought to pass as amended by Committee Report B, I believe. And I will be providing this. I don't know mechanically how that works with Lynn in the electronic age, but I have it on my screen here. What we've worked at.
Can you share it with us, or
Can I don't know how that works mechanically.
or Cheryl or Lynn?
Just read it.
Can you read it? Yeah.
I can certainly read it and send it to Lynn because she will ultimately have to put it into a report anyhow. So
Okay.
So under section 1, 2 MRSA C.7 would be enacted to read population impact statements. Section 201, information regarding population impact statements. Let's see here. Also, item B, population impact statement means an assessment of the potential impact that legislation could have on the populations residing within the borders of the state of Maine. Subsection or section C2, population impact statement information would be added in there. Also under that, it would read, upon the request of a legislative committee as determined through the recommendations of 2/3 of the membership of that committee, a commissioner or director of state or a state agency or the commissioners or officers designees shall provide that legislative committee data, analysis, other information necessary to prepare a population impact statement, the legislation before that legislative committee or legislation being prepared for that legislative committee. The population impact statement must be provided in a timely manner and compiled and analyzed within existing resources. And lastly, it would stipulate that amend all references within section 2 to reflect the term population impact statements, i.e. section 2, implementation of population impact statement process pilot project. I know that sounds confusing, but again, I have it on my screen and can certainly send it to Lynn for her to work to write up the minority report. But that is specifically what's in it.
Yep. Okay. So what I would ask Lynn, if he sends it to you, can you just forward it to all of us? And I will take 2 minutes to look at it, and then I will call a vote on it. No calling a vote.
No, that would
be the minority report? Okay.
Yeah, so what would happen, just process-wise, you have the majority report, which is one amendment, and the minority report, which is another amendment. So you have 2 amendments of the same bill.
Okay. So that'll be included in the minority report, but we should all have a copy.
That would be included. Everything else within the minority report would stay the same as the original bill.
Okay. And I anticipate that Representative Paulus and Senator Claxton will be voting within the time they're given. So is there any other comments or questions? Lynn, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
I just want to confirm the minority report, when I drafted to send it out for the minority to review, I just want to make sure I have everyone. Representative Toole, Representative Greenwood, Representative Head, Senator Rosen, and Representative Downs. Have I missed anyone?
Alignment with the community supports that were put in place for during the supplemental initiative last year.
Senator Claxton?
21 and 29, as opposed to mostly on 18 and
Senator
19
Claxton?
last year.
Yeah. I know.
Did I get the minority report group correct?
You did.
Okay. So
Senator
I
Claxton, can you indicate can he indicate his vote now while we're all here?
No.
Cheryl?
Different residential.
I don't believe I think he had, you don't think he can, Lynn? I don't think we've closed it yet, so I didn't know.
No, we haven't closed it. I'm sorry.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
I just Representative Toole on all matters of process.
Well, I think that Representative Toole, did you have a comment?
Yes, I mean, I would argue, I mean, he's here and the vote has not technically been closed. So I would say he can vote if, that's just me.
Right, I would think that would make the practical sense. Representative Reisman, did you have a comment?
Just a quick question. I'm wondering how the minority report refers, if at all, to the amendment that we put in the ought to pass report.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go right ahead, Lynn.
I believe that I will write both reports. Once the minority report is approved, I'll bring them both back to the committee for a language review. So they will be 2 separate reports. And then once both groups review them and approve them, the bill will be reported out. Does that answer the question, Representative Reisman?
I believe so. I just didn't know what the intent of the minority report had in mind in dealing with the first amendment that we put in the majority report.
Well, that's up to, yeah, I think that's beyond the purview of what we're discussing today. I think Representative Dorr.
I would just like Senator Claxton to be able to register his vote now, if that's possible.
Yeah. So Cheryl, it's ought to pass as amended. or ought not to pass as amended.
I apologize. It is ought to pass by amended by language presented by Representative Talbot Ross.
Right. And Mr. Chair, if I might, the minority report is not ought not to pass. It's ought to pass as amended by report B.
Right, so there's a report A and a report B.
Okay, it's duly recognized. Senator Claxton.
Senator
So-
Ned Claxton.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get this done.
Yay in support of ought to pass as amended.
Okay. So Senator Ned Claxton ought to pass as amended, yes.
A, yeah.
A, correct, yep.
Okay, and so that's what,
So now it's 7 yay, 5 report B ought to pass as amended, and 1 absent.
thank you. Representative Toole, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, I think that.
Okay, and anybody else wish to make any questions or comments before we adjourn? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, okay. Thank you, everyone, and I will talk to you, we'll talk to each other later. Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you.